Hello and welcome to the heart of Siberia, Russia. We're in the city of Tyumen for the 2021 UIAA Ice Climbing World Youth Championships. Now we have a treat in store. The first time in 7 years, we are hosting a bouldering battle. Climbers have to tackle between 3 and 4 problems depending on the category. In all, we've got 36 climbers from 4 countries, aged from just 12 to 20. And it's really a fantastic opportunity for youth climbers to show their potential and, most importantly, to have fun. So I'm Tarquin Cooper and I'll be commentating throughout the action today. And with 6 categories, 4 boulders, there's going to be a lot going on. So sit back, get comfortable, and let's see if we can have a look at those starting lists. So first up will be the under-16 females, and that is Karina Mironova, Alina Mokrashina, Ekaterina Gorieva, Evgenia Savitskaya, Anna Altsubeva, and Arina Kolegova, all from Russia. And on the male side, we have Avriram Sima Swarup, the only non-Russian in the lineup, Gurev Vladislav Tova, Dmitry Muzalevsky, David Mamim, Roman Shubin, and Mikhail Seysolishitin. The next age category is the under-19s, and in the females we have Elizaveta Smedova, Olga Vulegzhanina, Evgenia Ishkova, Polina Bratukina, and Daria Glotova. And on the under-21 females, we have Valeria Bogdan, Anna Pavliuk, Aneta Luzheka from Czech Republic, Irina Dubotseva, and Yulia Filateva from Russia. Then in the under-19 male boulder start list, from Kazakhstan, Tyumen Sagintai, and then from Russia, Maxim Gurev, Zakhar Novozlev, Pavel Sadakov, Maxim Reshetnikov, and Alexander Zagenov. And then in the under-21s, Pavel Fiasov from Kazakhstan, and then Nikita Glazarin, Ilya Krychkin, Igor Volkov, Ivan Lushenko, Igor Zinoviev, and Vladislav Temerev, fresh from his win in the speed. So, the deal is, there are 6 categories, and they have between 3 and 4 problems to do. So the under-16s tackle 3 problems. First up will be the under-16 females, and then following straight on from that will be the male under-16s. And it's similar to bouldering, 4 minutes on, 4 minutes off, and it's just a never-ending send train until athletes complete their round. So it should be super exciting, especially the route. It's very similar to, quite similar to lead. These routes are 8 meters high. So in some regards, it's more like a lead route. However, they get multiple goes. So within those 4 minutes, climbers have as many attempts as they can manage. But therein lies the catch, because with these routes being slightly taller, they may find they only get 1 or 2 chances at best. So anyway, it's fantastic to be in Tyumen. First time that the UIA has hosted a stop here in Russia, in Siberia, and the weather has come out in force for us. It was minus 20 this morning, and the last few days it's been unbelievably cold. It's been minus 30, which is sort of like, someone told me you have to keep blinking to stop your eyelids from freezing shut. So you might see the judges jumping up and down a lot to stay warm today. So if you're wondering where Tyumen is, well, you can start in the Arabian Sea at Karachi in Pakistan. Now, if you go north from there through Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, you eventually come to Russia, and Tyumen sits pretty much due north of Arabian Sea, which kind of gives you a little bit of a picture of where you are in the world. There's one of the judges, Carlos, is the man who makes sure it runs smoothly from the UIAA, making sure you've got the mittens in place. It's not an easy job for the judges because to update the scores, they have to take their gloves off. And it's very, very cold. Of course, it'll be cold for the athletes. And I did ask one of the officials, you know, how the cold does affect performance. And he said to me, don't worry, they're Russian, they can handle it. So we shall see. We shall see. Very shortly, we should have the under-16s kicking off with the women. And that should be Karina Mironova first up. She's just 13 years old. The oldest athletes today will be 20 years old. And it's amazing to think that by the time they're 20, they might have been competing for 5, 6, or 7 years. Many of whom are competing on the World Tour already. She hasn't got her gloves on. Clearly, minus 17 is a balmy day for this judge. Aha, here we go. So 4 minutes on, 4 minutes off. Climbers haven't seen the route. There hasn't been a video demonstration either. So they've come straight from isolation. And this is Karina Minova. Her 4 minutes begins now. So there's a mix of ice and structure that athletes have to take on. Mironova just working through those first opening moves. So with it being youth, it's designed not to be too fearsome. The goal, above all, is for the athletes to be inspired and to have fun. And no one wants to see them come off on the first couple of moves. So hopefully, if the route setters have done their job right, we'll see athletes moving through the moves and hopefully getting quite high on the wall. She just matches with the left. So although it looks a little bit like a lead structure, you'll notice you're not going straight up like you normally would in lead. There's a bit more meandering in this bouldering discipline. Going for a big reach now with the left up onto that Kruganogi. And the Kruganogi is basically shiny metal. And unless you get your pick placement exactly in the sweet spot, you will just skid straight off. So Mironova just taking her time, just matching with both hands there. Shakes out the left, reaches up. Can she get it? No. She may find she needs to just move her feet just a little bit higher. She's got the upper hold in the right hand, which gives her just a little bit more reach. She can't move her right any further. Shakes out the right. Already the strength waning. With each attempt, the strength depletes. Each time it gets harder. Just doesn't quite have the height on it. I think she really needs to adjust her feet position, which is what she's doing now. She's only 13 years old, so not a massive amount of experience. Get an idea there of just how small the holds are. And she's off. Now that might be the end of her 4 minutes. Certainly the 4 minutes is coming close to an end. Yeah, she looks like she is coming off now. So that is the first of her 3 problems. She will have a 4-minute rest before going on to the next boulder problem. And next up we will have Alina Mokrashina. Just Miranova just couldn't quite get that high hold. Another 13-year-old. So her 4 minutes starts now. So first it's a little bit of a trend right up onto the ice. Moving nicely through, matches with the right. Both hands on the tool. Now these tools are not optimized for ice at all. You really don't want to swing it. The pick is really designed for artificial holds. But better that way than trying to climb on a structure with ice climbing picks. You really won't get very far. They're much thinner. The angle isn't right either. So the name of the game here, for those who are new to bouldering, is to get as high as you can. It's really very similar to lead. There are no points for style, which is a pity in a way. I kind of think they're actually for really cool moves, for exciting dynos, you should get extra points, but no. She's just gone for a reverse grip there with the right hand. You'll notice her thumb is up, the heel of her palm is facing away, and that means that she's employing the muscles towards her back, which are much stronger than your lat, than your bicep muscles. So it's just utilizing your body strength in a clever way is the name of the game. Matches with the left, pulls up, has a little bit of a look just to check. Picks are in the right place. It can be so unforgiving, this sport. Just, you don't quite have the pick in the right spot and you pop. It's a big reach, this one, for that number 9. I'm not sure she's decided whether to go with the left or the right. I think a little bit of a think. Coming up for 2.5 minutes gone. She's a long way short. Just hoping to try and get a kind of hook. But not even close. I think we found the first real obstacle of this route.
1 minute left.
So climbers do get told when the clock is running out. So with this being youth, you'll also notice that all athletes are on a top rope for safety. She's going for the figure of 4, trying to get perhaps a little bit higher, deciding that's not working for her either.
Prepare for the transition.
You can see why this sport is often described as a puzzle. It really is about working it out. Mental game before it's a physical game. And there goes the bell. So Mokrashina now has 4 minutes to rest, goes back to isolation. So she also got to that high point. So hold number 8 seems to be the one where the first real challenges lie. Let's see how the next climber copes with that. And that is Katerina Gorieva, who is the youngest athlete competing today, just 12 years old. Excuse me, we're now watching Karina Mironova on her second wall. So this is the first athlete we saw. She's now moving on to the second wall. We'll get a chance to see what this wall is all about and where its challenges lie. But Ekaterina Gorieva, we might see her in a minute. She'll begin on the other wall. And then as the afternoon progresses, eventually we should have 4 climbers. We'll be climbing at any one time, and hopefully we'll be sort of flicking between all 4 of them. So Mironova matches there and reaches out with the right, gets that nice side pull on hold number 7. Nearly just popped, did well to hold it. You need to get both tools on the hold to get the maximum number of points. The more holds you can reach, the more points you get. And obviously, in the event of a draw, the number of your attempts that it took will come into play. Matches there effortlessly with the right. Moves the feet up to reach up to get that 11th hold. Just looks like just a regular resin hold there. Mostly resin holds on the structure. Oh, did well to stay on, and left foot just popped out. But there are a few Kuruganogis kicking about, a few intellect holds. And that looks like Ekaterina Gorieva has just swung from the first route. So she's just 12 years old. She's now having a go on her second attempt. having to move very quickly through the moves to get back to a high point. And normally in bouldering, the routes are not very high at all. You might be able to get 2, 3, even 4 attempts. And it's more an issue of your muscles depleting and running out of steam than the clock running out. But because the routes are so much higher here, the reality is, I think, with climbers, we're only going to see 1 or 2 attempts maximum for most climbers. So Goriva's done well to get up to her previous high. And on to number 8. Big leap up for number 9. And she got it. It sticks. But not enough. Falls at the next hold. Just as the clock runs out. So, really did well to make that hold and stuck it. But then I think she just totally run out of energy before getting that next hold. Looks like an intellect hold. You've got to get the pick exactly in the right spot. And the clock ran out anyway. So this looks like it could be Evgenia Savitskaya, another 13-year-old, beginning her first climb of the day. Makes easy work of those opening moves and steps out onto the ice. Just lost her right footing. You do need to be careful. Just make sure the ice, her pick is placed well before stepping left back onto the structure. Moves the feet across. She needs to just swing through, get number 7. Matches with the right, moves the feet, and then with the left, she'll try and reach up to this Kruganogi at number 8. Now, this is the move that has been the sticking point for many other climbers this morning. That big reach up. Takes her time. Going for it. Nope, not sure yet. Tries to get her feet just a bit higher. She hasn't quite got the height. It's a big step up. This really isn't an ideal place to hang around. Just, especially with your arms locked off. She just can't quite get the height. You'll need to move her feet just further high. Can she do it on this attempt? still not quite there. Well, I think we found the crux for this opening boulder problem. And it's the long reach required to get zone 9. So we just heard the announcer there saying only a minute left for Evgenia Savitskaya. Just 13 years old. Still some way short. It's not happening for her. She looks across to say, this isn't working for me. It's not happening. Well, if she's not careful, the clock is just going to run out. She's going to make one final attempt. Locks with the left. No. Few shouts of dabai dabai. So meanwhile, this is Alina Mok, and she is off. Mokrashina. We shall have to see whether Mokrashina topped. That is Savitskaya's attempt over. So Savitskaya now has 4 minutes in isolation before she'll go for her second route. A bit of resin there. She looked very strong as she stepped out left here. Now this is Altsubeva. Excuse me, Mokrashina. So this is Karina Mironova. She is now on her second route. So far, Gariva has got the highest point on the first route. Now this is Anna Altsubeva. Going for that Kruganogi. She's looking a lot closer than the others. She's got the height. She needs to place the pick. She can't just hook it. Tries figure 9. Got it. Sticks. She's got what looks like an interlet hold there with the left. Moving diagonally right now. Can she get a 12 hold? We can hear one of the other climbers having a little bit of a struggle. We might get a chance to see what happened there. Goes for the Stein pull. Just nice and secure there with the head of the axe resting against the wall. Super secure. And then with that reverse grip, you're really just using your lat muscles on your back and shoulders, which are much stronger than your biceps. And it does allow you a big reach. So matches with the left. It's going to try the reach with the right. No, she's off. So that's Anna Altsabeva. That is the highest anyone has got so far on the route by the looks of it. So that should put her in a good place going forward. So we're now looking at Karina Mironova as she comes down. Just pop there. So it is not until all women have finished all 3 routes that we will know who has won. The scoring is it's quite challenging to get your head around. In that climbers, you get points for reaching a hold, but that can depend on how many climbers reach that hold. So it can be a little bit tricky to get your head around, but the main thing to know is that the higher you get, the more chances you have of winning. And as soon as we know and have collated all the results, we shall share them when they come in. So we're now looking at Arina Kolegova, 13 years old. Now, she was second last year in the lead in 2020 in the under-16 in Kirov, so perhaps we can expect some good things from her today. Certainly, she's moving through these opening sequences pretty effortlessly as she steps out onto the ice. Matches with the left. Looking very professional. She's going to matches with the right. Uses the free left hand now to get this hold. Goes for that wrap. Now, how is she going to find that big reach up to number 9? That is definitely the crux for these climbers. Just got to get their feet high. So we're looking at Evgenia Savitskaya on the right, and that's Elena Mokrashina on the left. So Savitskaya on the right, going for that side pull with a reverse grip. Mokrashina just pops there, trying to get an undercling underneath the hold number 7. So we'll stay with Savitskaya. She steps out right onto this diagonally rising traverse. Just rests, shakes out the arm. Now, this is most likely the bottom left Mokrashina making another attempt on the route. But Savitskaya is still looking very self-assured, very confident. She ponders what to do next. Shakes out the arm. Shake out a little bit of the lactic acid. Mokrashina is back for more, still fighting, but can't. Falls again, this time on the 6th hold. Last time she managed to actually get one tool on the 7th hold. You've got to get both tools on the hold, otherwise you don't get the points. So meanwhile, Savitskaya is continuing on. Looking very confident, very self-assured.
Prepare for the transition.
Few shouts of Dabai, Dabai from below. It looks like her clock has just run out. 4 minutes is over. So, we've got Irina Kolegova on the wall. This is Kolegova. Second place in last year's lead at the Youth Championships in Kirov. And we'll be back to Kirov next weekend for a World Tour stop. It's absolutely fantastic that that has managed to go ahead. Obviously, this year with COVID, it's been very difficult to run a normal season. It's been very restricted. We just had the European Championship event in Champagne. You can, of course, watch the live stream of that. That's on our YouTube channel as well, so do check that out if you haven't already. And tune in next weekend for Kirov, which that's going to be really, really exciting. So this is now the boys. We've rolled straight into the under-16 males. And all the way from Delhi, India, this is Avikam Sima Swarup. So Swarup, he was also competing at speed, and unfortunately he fell on each of his 3 ascents. So I imagine that any time spent on the wall will be a bonus for him today. He's certainly looking a lot more confident than he was on the speed wall. It was so cold this morning. It was -20 when that began. Very hard for these young athletes, especially if you're coming from Delhi. I don't know actually whether he lives out here or whether he's come from Delhi. If he's come from Delhi, well, we salute his courage, because Siberia is not for the faint of heart. So he's going for that big reach over. Has he got it? Yeah. Plomp. And that side hang now with the left is pretty secure. Matches with the hands. And uses that opportunity to shake a little bit of the lactic acid out. Now, who's that up there? That is Anna Altsubiva. Looking very, very strong indeed. Matching tools into hold number 15. Straight to 16, but it pops and she's off. So she won't get the points for the 16th hold. You've got to get both tools up, or if the hold only takes one tool, you have to have moved through the hold. So we're back with Katerina Gorova, the youngest competitor here today, just 7 years old. So she's rocking a stein with both tools. I'm trying to get her breath back by the looks of it. She's done so well. So we're looking at Swarup. Looking like he's going for his second attempt. He must have popped. Smile. Someone's taking a picture.
Prepare for the transition.
A little bit costly there. You don't want to be swinging the tool, especially where there's a great big hold. Oh. But as it happens, the clock has run out for Swarup. He looks pretty happy. He now has 4 minutes of isolation. 4 minutes, I suspect, where he can go and warm up. Down jacket is going straight back on. And next up in the boys, in the males, it is Vladislav Gurev. And that is Evgenia Savitskaya. Nice to see athletes smiling. Fun is the name of the game. UIAA has actually produced a handbook and guidance for youth training. So if you're interested, hunt around on the website. You can dig it out. It's part of the manual. And it really stresses the most important thing at this age is not training for training's sake to winning. It's all about enjoyment and making it fun and inspiring athletes so that they enjoy themselves and not pushing it too hard. There are obviously a few things you need to be aware of as well with young adolescents, especially ones who've had very fast growth spurts. You might find that the tendons and the ligaments which support the muscles are a little bit slow to catch up. And so you have to watch for them. Especially as they put on weight quickly. So it's all about focusing on the stretching, the core training and the shoulder strength. Training sessions should be designed to be playful. That's the name of the game. So Savitskaya working almost effortlessly up through those opening moves to gain zone 6. And then we've got Kolegova on route number 3 off to the top right there. So the exciting question is, are these the stars of tomorrow? Have we got a future world champion here today? Almost certainly. So Kolegova goes for that stein, route number 14. Tool in the mouth, shakes the right. So yeah, these younger athletes clearly don't have the kind of upper body strength that the older males will have, or even older females will have. So it is much more about balance and getting the technique right. Body tension, making sure the feet are in the right position, making sure you're weighting your tools at the right angle. And Kolegova is giving us a pretty good masterclass of how it's done, actually. but wasn't able to hold that Kruganogi at the top. And that is, nor could, who was that? That was Savitskaya. She's just popped 2. But she can still, she's got time. Get straight back on the horse. Off she goes. Trying to move as quickly as she can, knowing the clock is ticking. But it looks like she hasn't got the strength left to continue. So, one of the judges retrieving her tools. And then unclips her.
Prepare for the transition.
So this is Vladislav Gurev, 14-year-old, and his time is up. Who is up next? It should be Vladislav Torba. He may already be on another route. But this is Gurev. That may not have been the optimum place for his tool. Certainly got the pick in the right place there. So Anna Altsabeva begins another route. Her 4 minutes. Looks like it's route number 2. Meanwhile, Swarup is on his second climb. On the right. Anna Altsabeva making it look easy. Except this number 7, I think, you've got to get the pick underneath. It's a Stein. You just got to lever it in and then weight it. She just tests it. She got the weight underneath. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how it's done. Matches with the left. Gets the feet really high so that she can stand up and reach. Next hold. Looks a little bit like an intellect, can't tell from here. Intellect holds are those ones where there's a little metal plate within the hold and you've got to get the pick of your ice axe just in the sweet spot. There's a little divot, you've just got to get it exactly the spot. And the Kruganogi holds are these small, shiny metal ones. And they are almost evil. You've got to get your pick absolutely in the spot. Otherwise, they just slip off. So we're watching a very fine performance from Anna Altsabeva. Making easy work of this boulder problem. Reaches with the right in that third. Number 13. Can she top though? Not many athletes have topped. So it will certainly be a coup for her if she can. Just one hold away. Got to get both tools. Oh, A little bit unsteady there. She's not secure. Looks like she could swing like a barn door at any moment, and she went for the move before she had got herself in a secure position and doesn't get it.
1 minute left.
A more experienced athlete there may have known not to just gone for it and hope for the best. That was a real, let's just hope I land it. And her body wasn't in the right position at all. As soon as she tried to step up, she just swung around to the right. So, 46, that's Swarup. Avikam Simha-Swarup from Delhi. Looks like he is on his second or third route. And he takes a swing on the top rope. Couldn't quite get beyond that seventh hold.
Transition.
So this is Vladislav Torba, 14-year-old. And he's found that Kruganogi matches with the left, just grabs his tool in the upper position. Now, most tools will have 3 different hand grips that you can choose from. Give you lots of options for working through the moves. Now, this looks like Vladislav Gurev, another 14-year-old from Russia. And this is Arina Kolegova, beginning what must be her third and final ascent. Could only be her second. In the commentary box, we don't see the live results, so it's only right at the end where everything is collated together that we know exactly what the scores are. Who has topped? So that's Vladislav Gurev on the right. But Arina Kolegova is really working through the moves. This is the Stein on the left. He's got to reach underneath it. She gets it with the hand. No, she doesn't. Gets it up. Oh, dear. It looked like she really had it then. It just goes to show how difficult it is to get the exact placement and then commit to the move. There she goes. Perfectly done. Gurev's got a side pull there with the left. Looking up at the route, scousing which way he needs to go. But Kolegova looking very self-assured as she steps up. Not many holds to the top, but she can't be thinking about those yet. Just needs to focus on the problem at hand. Gurev taking his time. Not quite moving as effortlessly through these moves.
1 minute left.
So 1 minute left. Not sure, though, whether that is for Gurev or Kolegova. But Kolegova is only a few moves short of the top. Tantalizingly close to the top. Big shouts from below. Can she do it? This would possibly put her in the lead, certainly in contention. Matches both hands there. Now she's got to get both tools up here, and she's done it. She's done it. She tops. And that may well be the first top we've seen today. Arina Kolegova. She gets to the top. So she can expect a windfall of points for that. Looks very happy, big smiles. Goes to see perhaps mum and dad or teammates. Teammates. Here we are. Just got her body position in the right place to be able to reach up without falling off. And then once she had it, boom, stepped up very quickly, expertly done. Wonderful climbing there from young 13-year-old. So this looks like David Mamin. Works through the ice. And the route just traverses left here. Most climbers opting for a side hang on this one, where you just place the pick of the tool just flush against the wall and hook it over. Most of these youth climbers also seem to prefer hanging a tool over the shoulder. Older athletes, particularly on the World Tour, generally have a preference for holding it in their mouth. But that's really only vital when it's steeply overhanging. Because if you place a tool over your shoulder and it's steeply overhanging, there is a risk it might fall off. Right, he's going for the Kruganogi. It's a big leap up. Big reach. Really got to get your legs high. Two attempts, three attempts for Mamim. Just 12 years old. Got the height. Second attempt with that big jump, but it looks like he has expended all his energy reserves. He's got nothing left in the tank. Can he make a third big attempt on that hold? He's going to go for it. Looks behind, presumably at the clock, to see how much time he's got left. Either that or he's looking for answers.
1 minute
1 minute
left.
left. Just can't seem to land it. Shakes the right. Can he do it? He certainly got the fight. He's determined. He's really determined to get this. Not giving up. It's great to see the tenacity here on display. The under 16 males. David Mamim, 12 years old, refusing to quit. He's going for it. 1, 2, 3. And it's a measure of his strength and agility, actually, that he's able to stay on each time. No, time out. But very brave effort there for the young Russian.
На первую трассу выходит участник под номером 22 Tyumen Роман. Вторая трасса Невала Дмитрий, номер 26. И на третьей трассе выступает Гурьев Владислав, номер 48. Первенство мира по ледолазанию 2021 Tyumen.
When you think how small that hold is on the right, it's just so impressive how he managed to stay on and actually give himself so many attempts. A little bit more experience, a little bit more practice, and landing those kind of holds will become second nature, no doubt. Still many years, 8 years potentially, on the Youth Championship circuit. Now, who's this man? This is Dmitry Perevalov. Dmitry is from Ekaterinburg, which is famous as the place where the Russian royal family was murdered just over 100 years ago. A little bit of history there for that city. Just on the border between Siberia and the Urals. So no stranger to the mountains, this young man. Seems to be his first time competing the Youth Championships. Just forgot about his feet there. Very easy to become obsessed by your next hand placement, your next pick placement, and forget it's all in the feet. That's it, look down, don't look up, as the saying goes. So, here we come to this crux once again. He's got it. Perhaps he's slight advantage of height. Once you're past that barrier, it seems almost plain sailing up this rising traverse through the next 3 holes. Just gets a little bit higher on the hold so that he can reach the next one with the Stein. Stein is very secure. However, it is strenuous. If you look how far the body is in an overhanging position, it reaches up, he's got it with the left. Oh, he's doing well to hang on. Very well to hang on there. Tool has gone in the mouth, he matches with the left, moves the feet up. Could this young Russian make the top? Are we going to see a summit?
1 minute left.
1 minute. It's one thing you're seeing with the youth climbers is they don't have the accuracy of landing those holds. More experienced climbers generally are better at landing those holds first time, because you can't do that too many times, as he just shows. Second attempt and knocked him off balance. Went for it, didn't have it. He's off, he looks worked. Shaking his head a little bit. So that was
For the transition.
Dmitry Heravalov. There's the intellect hold. Get a good view there of those metal divots that you've got to place your pick inside. Just didn't quite nail it. But a very fine performance there from young Russian. So David Mamin. So we should get the results soon of the under-16 females. They've all completed their rounds now. And we should get the results up soon. So David Mamim on the right there, just at the top of that ice pillar. Don't have a problem with the conditions here for ice. -20 it was this morning. Moving swiftly through the moves there. Here we come to that main crux. That big reachy Krugonogi. Now he's doing it with the pick. He's changed pick direction, and he's got it. I think maybe perhaps some of the boys have an unfair height advantage. Although of course it's incorrect to say that height is everything in climbing. It's a common assumption that people assume that height is or gives you an advantage. It's actually more to do with your ape index, which is your wingspan. If you've got a big wingspan in proportion relative to your height, that's the key metric. But whatever, it didn't help this young chap. And that is, so we're looking at now Mikhail Thesolitin. Here we have the women's results. So, in third place, Ekaterina Gorieva. Second place, Anna Altsubieva. And in first place, the under 16 female border finals, Arina Kolegova takes the gold. So that is the wraps up the women's under 16 females in the bouldering. Yeah, it definitely looks cold out there. And bear in mind as well, these climbers are not climbing with great big thick mittens on. Most of them climb in golfing gloves that have absolutely zero warmth. But they do have the dexterity, and it is the dexterity that you need to do moves like this. David Mamin here, just body tensioning off that bit of resin. It might be one of the holds where you've just got to get the pick in a little sweet spot. A little bit of inexperience there, going for a dyno. A little bit bravely, I might say. He would have done better to just try to engineer himself into a better position. But fine effort from the young man, who's just 12 years old. One to watch. So when he's 20 and competing in the under-21s, he will be on his 8th year. So there's a thought. And he's already looking pretty talented. Yeah, tries to go for a dyno, and probably that move is not a forgiving move for a dyno. Probably just want to just try and shift your feet a little bit, try and get a little bit higher. Roman Shubin here. Younger brother of Pavel Shubin. So if you haven't seen it already, check out the speed finals from today. It was Roman Shubin who won that. So fresh off the gold winning run on the speed, here he is on the bouldering. And then who's that on the left? Let's have a look. That is Dmitry Perevaralov. Shubin is definitely a talent to watch. Just 13 years old. Making easy work of these initial moves. So he was 5th last year in the lead finals in Kirov. Really, this bouldering is very similar to lead. He also took the 2nd place in the combined last year. Perevalov looking strong on the left. And I tempted fate. Moment, always dangerous to say anything like that. And immediately came off. But we're back with Shubin on an undercling. He's got the Stein hold there. And it's not quite a Stein, it's floating by the looks of it. It was just a little bit not quite as secure as a Stein. Stein is where the head of the tool is just flush against the back of the wall, the structure. You can really see it there. And you can, you know, hang a tank off that, almost. Steps up, reaches left, gets that 15th hold. Matches with the right hand. Frees up the left and then crossover, reach with the 6th. Almost, almost, almost. Perhaps a little bit too rushed. Who's to say? A fine performance there from
1
Roman
minute
Shubin.
left.
We get to see exactly what happened here. So he matches with the hands, gets his feet up, and then body twists, but in the doing so, he just lost his position. But he seems happy.
Prepare for the transitions.
So we're just waiting for the next climbers to come through. There's Carlos. Who looks after ice climbing for UIAA. Carlos Teixeira. Yeah, the judges' down jackets give an indication of how cold it is. Definitely on the big side. Now this looks like David Manim, fresh from, no, excuse me, it's not. It is Mikael Seiselishitin. But he was 4th last year in the under-16s in the speed and 6th in lead. Effortlessly moves up through those opening moves. Meanwhile, it's David Manim on the bottom left there. It looks like we're going to stay with Mikael. Giving us a little bit of a demonstration on how to work through this boulder problem. So I think we're seeing in this contest that having multiple attempts of the bouldering format doesn't necessarily help you. To all intents and purposes, the routes are much more in common with a lead route. And they're 8 meters high, which in reality means you haven't got the time or the strength for ascents 2 or 3. First time we've had a bouldering contest in ice climbing for 7 years. That's something the Russians are big fans of. Maybe we shall see more of this format in the future. We shall see. So David Mamin struggling there to get that under the stein with the left. Seiselishitin reaches up, number 15. Can he top? Are we going to see a top from the boys? Did well to hang on there. Try again. Matches with the right. Gets the feet up. Can he reach up with the left? Yeah, he gets a little side hang going on there.
1 minute left.
Got a minute, and then he's just got to get that Kruganogi, number 17. Almost like fishing. He's just got to catch it and reel it in. Let's see, attempt number 3. Can he get the front of his pick? He's got it. He's just got it. Steps right. Make sure the weight is just right underneath the axe. Next holder is the top. He's not there yet until both tools. That was close. And he's got it. Both tools. That is a top. 4. Mikael Seysilishitin.
Prepare for the transition.
He looks pretty happy with that. And pretty worked as well. So straight away gets the warm jacket on. Yeah, ice climbing bouldering is not really like summer bouldering, where you're just hanging out with your t-shirt and a beanie on. Not really the same with a down jacket, getting inches away from hypothermia at any moment. So there he got it. Nicely done. The Youth Championships is all about fostering potential talents of the future. And so far, we're seeing plenty of talent that look very promising indeed. Roman Shubin now has his turn on what looks like possibly the second route, second or third. Difficult to know for sure. This rising traverse. Keeps the feet on the volumes. Quite overhanging here, which does place quite a demand on that upper body strength. You want to keep your arms straight for as much as possible. Work through with the shoulders and the core muscles. And then short, explosive moves just to reach the next holds. So, I think we have this route's crux here. It's the Stein hold. So climbers have not had a video demonstration of the route. They will have had observation, but ultimately it's down to them to work out the moves. Roman Shubin. (13 years old). Reaches up high with the right. Follows with the feet. Matches with the left hand and the right. Moves his hands a little bit higher up the shaft of the tool there. Just gives you a little bit more room, a bit more space to reach up with the next hold. And repeats. Grabs the tool a little bit higher up the shaft. And that, in theory, gives you just a little bit more height to make the next hold. Oh, and he scores that perfectly. You can just hear the tool pick hitting the sweet spot. did well not to hang around, just straight away move up, get into position, and make the next move. I think we might be seeing another top right now. Gets that intellect hold. Not over yet. Matches with the right. Oh, it just skidded out. Needs to be very careful. Oh, he's got it. Got it. It's top. Roman Shubin, that's a top for him. Puts him in a very good place indeed. Perhaps a podium for Roman Shubin. A fine display there from the young Russian climber. That should put him into the lead. But we won't know the results until everyone has finished climbing. So unlike lead climbing, it's the hold that gives the points, not the quick draw that you clip. But the number of points that you get depends also on how many people reach it. So if you're the only person to make the top hold, you will get the maximum number of points, which is 1,000. But if everyone reaches that hold, then the maximum number of points will be divided among you equally. So it can get a little bit confusing. It's all designed to eliminate the possibility of a tie, but the scoring is not done until right at the end, until the last climber has finished, and all suddenly becomes revealed. So, Mikhail Solitydin begins his next ascent, having had his 4 minutes of rest and isolation. Looking strong and confident as he now breaks out left onto this stein. Just checks it's good before he commits. And unfortunately, when you find out it's not good, it's often too late. But this is the joy of bouldering. You get a second chance. You can have as many attempts as you like. You're only as good. You can do as many as you can within the 4 minutes, and however many attempts that your muscles will allow, which for most climbers, probably not more than 2 attempts. But he wastes no time getting straight back up there. He's just got to round this bulge, get past these 2 volumes, and he's straight away, he's back on the same hold. Now, has he got the stein? Has he got it? Is it in absolutely optimum place? Commit, steps over, he's got it. Reaches up for that intellect hold, and he's got that. So he will have lost valuable time falling there, but he's done so well to get above his high point. Just trying to find the sweet spot on that Kruganogi. Steps up. Big reach with the right. It's not impossible that he could top also. Another Kruganogi. Kicking firm with with the feet. 2 minutes 10. If that's his time, he's still got plenty of time. But unfortunately, something just went wrong there. Maybe we'll get another chance to see exactly what happened. Perhaps he ran out of juice, or was it the clock? But fine performance there. Mikhail Solishitin. Did extremely well to recover, reach his high point again, and move ahead of it.
Prepare for the transition.
Совсем все.
So soon shall be seeing the youth female under 19s. This is Elizaveta Smedova. She's from Kirov. So no stranger to this sport. People often ask why the Russians dominate ice climbing events, particularly speed, and it really boils down to the training facilities. They have got training facilities that other nations just do not have. So if you live in somewhere like Tyumen here or in Kirov, you have access to fantastic facilities. No excuses not to train the whole year round. And when there's not ice, you have these like a campus board. You have these speed rungs that you can use to practice your speed climbing. So she's just taking her time as she steps left off the ice. Lost her left placement there. Did well not to fall, actually. Second attempt. So her first time competing at the Youth Championships. Of course, these younger, less experienced athletes also have to contend with nerves, and that can put you off your performance as well. Steps up high with the right. Grabs the tool. Matches with the hands. Now, here's where it gets a little bit tricky as you come off the ice and back onto the structure. Well, it's turned into a fine day here in Tyumen, even if it is a little bit chilly. But there's going to be a heat wave next week, apparently. It's going to go down to up to -8 degrees. So she's just taking her time a little bit here. Seems not very comfortable. Not quite as steady as she could be. And committed to the move before she was really ready for it. Didn't quite have her feet in the right place. Didn't quite have the placement with the left hand. Is she going to have another go, or that's her attempt over for Elizaveta Smedova? Next up should be Olga Vuleg-Janina. We can see her there just sort of working out the moves. She's just standing back, just in her head, trying to visualize. Left tool there, right tool. Just got to move there, move up through the legs. It really is a mental game as much as a physical one, this sport. A mind puzzle. So her 4 minutes starts now. So she's more of a speed maestro than a lead. She won the last year's speed contest in under 16 in Kirov, and has also come second at the speed event in Oulu back in 2019. But hasn't figured so much in the rankings on lead. So let's see how she gets on. Olga Vuleg-Janina. Bear in mind that she's already competed today in the speed event. So she had 3 ascents of the... Oh, looking very precarious there for Olga. She does very well to recover. I was just going to say that she might be suffering a little bit from lack of strength because of her 3 ascents on the speed wall this morning. You can't afford to misfire too many times on this move, but she's got there in the end. So she came 3rd this morning on the speed, under 19 females. But alas, the bouldering not going quite as well for her. So we have got the results of the male under-16 Boulder finals. So in third place was David Mamin. Second place, Mikhail Seysolishitin. And in first place was Roman Shubin. So they will all be extremely happy with that. And a fine performance from everyone taking part. So we're back with Olga Vuleg-Janina. And that's just where she popped. It's quite a big ask for some of these athletes to do both disciplines. Whether it does affect your performance, maybe. Maybe for others it doesn't. So this should be Evgenia Yashkova coming up for her first ascent. So she is definitely someone to watch. But this is Elizaveta Smedova. Not Evgenia Yashkova. So Elizaveta Smedova coming up for her second run. Just taking a final look, work out the moves, the sequences before she commits. And her 4 minutes begins now. Get a nice view of the structure. So that looks like Evgenia Yashkova now on the ice. That's Evgenia. And now she is the one to watch. So keep your eyes peeled on the girl on the right, because she's won the gold in lead youth in the under 16, 17 and 18 in already a long career. It goes back as far as 2018, where she won her first lead in the under 16s in Malbourne. Smedova on the left. Yashkova just taking her time before she commits away from the relative security of the ice. She doesn't seem completely happy. Smedova, though, you can really see just how overhanging this move is for her. Just body horizontal. Oh, and she's fallen, just popped there. She was quite some way short of that hold. But Yashkova taking her time, inching her way left across this traverse. And she's done it. She's got into position. Now, next up is this move that has really where so many climbers have come unstuck. Attempt 1, 2, come on, third time lucky. And she's off. So quick look at the clock, and she's going to go straight back up there. Is she? No, she's done. She's done. Evgenia Yashkova is finished. So we're back with Elizaveta Smerdova. So she's just got to get around this roof. Really strenuous position here. And she just doesn't quite have the strength for it.
Prepare for the transition.
So a little reminder that the for the under 16s, both the males and the females they do 3 problems. Not only, but they do 3 problems. The under 19s and under 21s, they all do 4 problems. So that's 4 minutes on, 4 minutes off, back in isolation, 4 minutes back on again. So it's pretty ruthless, really. No time to properly recover. So this is Polina Bratukina. (15 years old). Came second in the speed last year in Kirov, first in the combined. Hasn't figured so much in lead. Takes her time and then marches up to the structure with purpose. And she is off. She means business. And then on the left, we've got Olga Vuleg Janina. Polina makes easy work of the ice structure. Leans out, has a good look, reaches out. Just takes her time placing that pick right in that little intellect hold sweet spot before committing to it. Carefully watching. Very nervous eye looking upwards at it. A little bit awkward. Meanwhile, Vuleg Janina gets to the roof. Surmount this little obstacle. She's got the hold. Matches with the right. What's she going to do? Can she get the next hold? Big shouts to Dubai from below. Giving her the encouragement she needs. She's hanging on for dear life. Does well to recover from that. But you can see with her coordination that she's spent all the juices out. But Polina Bratukina, meanwhile, has made easy work of that slightly tricky hold. That's kind of like definitely something of a crux on this particular route. A dividing line between the athletes who get this far and those who get beyond. So just hanging off that Kruganogi. nicely lay backing off it. And goes for just an undercling there with the tools. Not quite as secure as a Stein. Get an idea of just how, oh dear, she's off. All over. Is she going to have another chance? Has a look at the clock. I think she's decided there's no point. She doesn't have the time to improve on that high point. So, Paulina Bratikina, her first ascent. So, we have our next athlete marching out with purpose. See if we can see who that is. Leave the jacket on for as long as possible. This is Daria Glotova. (16 years old). Going for her second route of the day. Has a good look and then commits. Ideally, these opening moves, you want to work your way through quickly and effortlessly as possible. Just try and get up onto the route. Save your energy for later. There is, of course, a risk of going fast, a slight mistake and you could be off. But it's all, the name of the game is energy conservation. Meanwhile, on the left, we have Evgenia Yashkova. Daria Glotova now comes to that Kruganogi, which seems easily within reach. She just adjusts her feet, gets it with the right. Steps up with the left, pulls through, matches with the left, pulls through on that left hand. Leaving the right free now to work through that rising traverse off to the right. Nicely done. Maybe these athletes have just got a little bit extra height. I think some of the under-16s really struggled here, perhaps just because of the height. They just almost had to dyno it. So, Yashkova going for this overhang now. Are we going to see some fireworks? Just can't quite seem to get the pick in the right spot, but she finally does. Matches with the right. Is she going to get that next hold? Meanwhile, Glotova slowly making her way ever closer towards the top. Just as Yashkova surmounts that roof, gets a stein, a side pull rather, on that hold with the left. Job done. But the work continues for both female athletes. Glotova looking good for a top. It's certainly within the bounds of possibility now. Ratukina,
Prepare for the transition.
time so unlucky there. Unfortunate for Glotova, just didn't quite have the time. But Yashkova also fell. So Glotova was really just inches away from the top, and the clock cruelly rang out. 4 minutes was up just before she had a chance to make that final move. Still, it's a fantastic performance from her, and that will put her in a very good place for the podium. So, Olga Vulug-Janina assesses the challenge that lies ahead. Vulug-Janina, her 4 minutes begins now. While on the left we have Polina Bratukina. So Bratukina on the left. And that looks like Valeria Bogdan now on the right. So the first of the female under 21s. Bogdan really is a Russian rocket, better known for her speeding prowess than her lead. But nonetheless, a phenomenal athlete who also competes on the World Tour. Bratukina just allows herself a little shake of the arm. She tries to get herself into better position. But making good work of this route.
1 minute left.
I don't believe we've seen a top on this route. So it would be quite a success for her if she could be the first athlete to achieve that. Bogdan, meanwhile, has slowed down. Going for a big reach with the right, but she's not nailing it. Ratakina rips off. Wasn't able to hold that left. It was a big reach out with the left arm.
Prepare for the transition.
So Valeria Bogdan, incredible athlete that she is. Her first climb comes to an end. So Bratakina what a day it is here in Tyumen. Looks positively warm. There's nothing like really good sunny cold days. Good sense there of what these girls are hanging off. The sum zero of nothing. Also really get a good idea of the gloves, how thin they are that Bratukina is wearing there. So Daria Glotova on the left, by the looks of it. On the right, we have might be Anna Pavluk. It should be, if the running order is correct. Yes, it's Anna Pavluk. So Glotova gets to the first major obstacle quickly as Pavluk begins her 4 minutes. First of 4 ascents she must make in this bouldering contest. It's actually, when you add it all up, it's a hell of a lot of climbing. 4 of these ascents. I'll be amazed if any of them have got any strength left at all by the time they get up to their 4th ascent. And with only 4 minutes resting in between each ascent, it's not a lot of time to recover. Just enough time to get back to isolation, have a quick drink, warm up. And then you're straight back on it. Incredibly tough. So Pavluk now is clear of the ice structure. She steps left. Glotova motoring her way up her route. She's now getting to the final third, and it's just, you can really get an idea of just how steeply overhanging it is and just how intense that must be on the arms, on your core stability, on already waning reserves of strength and endurance. Just peeled away there. This is where any sort of mistake is likely to be fatal. Just wasn't able to stay glued to the wall. But Anna Pavluk, meanwhile, continues upwards. Interesting there, using the base of her tool as a hold. So big smiles there. So if you haven't already, do check out all our social channels. We'll be putting up images and stories about all our activities and events. It's at UIAA Mountains, hashtag UIAA Ice Climbing.
На третьей трассе Прокушина Полина, 15 номер. И на четвертой трассе Валежанина Ольга, номер
Few stretches before beginning her next ascent for Polina Bratikina. Just eyes up the route. So Bratikina begins her next attempt. And on the left, we have Valeria Bogdan. Bogdan is really quite the speed sensation. Third in Champagny last month. She was second overall last year on the World Tour. Interesting that she can come second on the World Tour, and yet today, earlier, in the youth under 21 speed finals, she didn't even make the podium. She was fourth. Was well off the pace and suffered a fall as well. So this is Polina Bratikina. Matches both tools. It's quite an awkward move, this. You've got to pull, side pull from both to maintain the body tension in order to make that move. And she gets it on the second. Big step up from Bratikina. A little bit breezy out there as well. You can just see breeze coming through. Certainly not warm at all. Athletes really have to make sure they're so warmed up before they begin climbing. Oh, it's a big jump and she's landed it. It sticks. Can she stay? That was an incredible dyno there from Bratikina. And good recovery as well. Astonishing performance. Now we're talking. She goes into the Fig 4. And then gets that Kruganogi with the right. Difficult to really see just how overhanging she is. So next up is just to get over this sort of volume, and doesn't manage it. I suspect the energy reserves are somewhat depleted after that dyno. Now that looks like Aneta Lujeka on the right. She's just come off. So the only athlete from Europe, from Western Europe, who's competing here today. So hopefully we shall be able to see her a little bit later on as well. You can always tell Aneta, she's got that little pink pom-pom on her helmet, which does make life easier as well if you happen to be commentating. So she's done really well to make it all the way out here, competing in what will be her final year on the youth tour for Aneta. She's from the Czech Republic, and she got up to what happened here. She got 12 matches, both tools, and then what happened? Just didn't quite have the move. Still, there's another chance. So we're looking at Daria Glotova on the left. She means business. (16 years old). Very nice. Swing up there with the right. Scored it perfectly first time. Energy efficiency is so important in this game, and if you can get the hold on the first attempt, it saves a lot of pain later on. So having that accuracy is really vital. Knowing exactly where to place the pick, where your body needs to be when you place that pick, and how to weight it, keeping the body tense. Now on the right, it looks like Evgenia Iashkova. So we're still with the female under-19s. But we've also got going on the female under-21s are taking place at the same time. And then ultimately the male under-19s and male under-21s will start climbing too. That could get quite interesting. Now, if you don't know any Russian, there's one word that you will soon understand. And here, wow, big dyno. Big dyno doesn't quite land it. Very brave there, Daria Glotova. Great, great attempt. She's getting straight back up there. be interesting to see how far she gets up. So you saw her launch there. She got the hold. She just didn't have the strength. Whether it was in her hands, most likely just her hands are gone. You don't have the grip strength when you start to get pumped. It's really the hands that start to go. And Evgenia Yashkova is back on the ground. Who is this? Number 18. That is Irina Dubotsva. Another fine athlete who's been competing many years. No one seems to be able to stay on the wall at the moment. Just peeling off. Dubotsva was first. She had the Kruganogi with the left. Dubotsva was fifth last year in Kirov, so one might expect high things from her today, but she just ripped there on that intellect hold. And then Anna Pavluk, by the looks of it, on the left. So, Olena Bratikina psyching herself up. Well, just at a shot, Valeria Bogdan eyes up the route to her left. Bratikina having good look. Steps up onto that volume. Little bit delicate here. But she reaches up, gets the hold with her left. And that looks like Bogdan on the left. It is, that's Valeria Bogdan. Bogdan reaches up, tries to just catch it with the right. But it's not a good sign if she's already struggling so low down the route. Third attempt. Fourth attempt. It's not looking good for Bogdan. Bratikina, meanwhile, just slowly inching her way up this boulder problem. But Valeria Bogdan just looks stuck. She can't seem to find a way through. She just can't seem to kind of stick that route. That hold rather, but she's got it now. Has lost a lot of valuable time, however, not to mention energy. So it should be interesting to see how far she is able to get up. Ratakina, however, shows no sign of slowing down.
1 minute left.
1 minute left. Valeria Bogdan really struggling to make headway with this route. Just looks like she's finding it kind of awkward. Doesn't look comfortable. Ratakina, meanwhile, also a little bit starting to feel the cumulative effects of so many attempts. She jumps, reaches, doesn't get it, and also Bogdan is also off. So that brings to an end those girls' attempt. Don't think we'll be seeing. So we're now looking at Aneta Lujeka. Now, what happened with her? Climbing so well. She was on that roof, the route with the little roof section. Looks like she just couldn't quite get a pick in place, or she has. Into figure of 4. Big, high, awkward move there for Lujeka. Does well to traverse left and then just rips at that little red intellect.
На второй трассе выступает Дудовцева Ирина, номер 18. Трасса 3, Павлюк, номер 20. На четвертой трассе Гнотова Дарья, номер 12.
So, we're now back with Daria Glotova. Back on these super awkward volumes. You just got to walk over them. There's no real holds for the tools. And on the left, it looks like we have Evgenia Yashkova. Glotova means business. He's not hanging around, working through those moves. Oh, you really get a nice view of just how small that little Kruganogi hold is. As she moves into the figure of 4 there, which in theory weights the axe, makes it a bit more secure, gives it more of a downward pull, and then allowing you, in theory, to reach up higher. Which is she going to be able to do it? Daria Glotova gets it, gets the next hold, which looks like an intellect hold, which is the ones with a little metal plate on the inside. Difficult to see exactly. And then it's a Kruganogi off to a left, number 8. So if you've just stumbled on this channel, you're watching the UIAA Ice Climbing World Youth Championships here in Tyumen, Russia. We're in the middle of Siberia. It's -17, and we're watching the under 19 and under 21 female athletes battle it out in this bouldering contest. And on display, we're seeing the full smorgasbord of moves from these athletes, from pumpy dynos to very delicate climbing. This is a masterclass we're seeing from Daria Glotova. Yes, climbing so beautifully at the moment. It is the moves that give this sport appeal. I've spoken to many climbers, and you always ask them what is the appeal for you. And I think so many female athletes that I've spoken to just say how much, even in contrast to regular climbing, that it's the moves that you get into with dry tooling, with competition ice climbing, that makes it so appealing. It's just so many different funky moves that you've got to do. You've got to work it out. It's so challenging. Especially when you start going into the steeply overhanging stuff and you're working through the sequences of figure 4s to figure 9s. It's all about balance, body position, stability, working out what's possible. The body tension there, the reach. Look at the reach on that. That's just incredible. Now she went for a lunge, didn't really have it, but great effort there from Daria Glotova. Now I did see at the corner of my eye Aneta Lujeka running to start a route, but currently we're not with Aneta. We are with, I think it's Irina Dubotseva. It is Irina Dubotseva. So Lujeka on the left now. And that's Valeria Bogdan on the right, eyeing up the route before she begins what I believe will be her third route. But Aneta Lujeka, the only athlete who's come from Europe. She's from the Czech Republic. She also took part in Champagny last month in France. So it's great to see her dedication to the sport. She's really committed. And this is her last year competing as a youth. So she competed every World Tour stop last year, but her best place was a 21st in China. Bogdan is struggling. She's an absolute Russian rocket on speed, but not enjoying this. Big reach up there from Lujeka. So watching Bogdan now, bottom right. Oh no, and Lujeka's just come off. Bogdan steps over on those stepping stones, those little stepping volumes, and at least gets onto the wall where I think perhaps she's a bit more comfortable being able to use her arms. So the time is still rolling for Lujeka, so she is straight back in there, back in the fight. Who to watch? Bogdan, Lujeka. Having traveled so far, Luzheka, no doubt, wants to climb just as much as possible. That's really how the youth championships are structured. The whole idea is to give everyone an opportunity to basically to climb as much as possible. So big steps, big reach now for Bogdan on the right. It sticks. Steps up with the right. Meanwhile, Luzheka moves into the sun, which must offer some relief. This very, very cold snap that Siberia has been enjoying the last few days. You do hear of athletes occasionally, before they compete, actually deliberately getting their hands cold and going through the whole hot aches or screaming barfies process so that they got warm hands when they're climbing. Luzheka, oh, she just fell off, clung on with a hand, and then just couldn't hold it. So both the 19s and the 21s are on 4 blocks of 4 minutes. So four problems. 16 minutes of climbing in all, which is quite a lot at a competition stage. Great fighting spirit there from Luzheka. Got that Stein, landed it nicely. Then, yeah, fell there and just didn't have the strength in her arm to keep her in place. So it looks like we're over to the men. That is Mirman Sigintai, one of the few non-Russian athletes competing today, one of 2 Kazakh climbers. So Sagintai looking like he's going to make easy work of that Kruganogi hole, but we'll see. Meanwhile, we're back to Debotseva now. Debotseva on the left. And Anna Pavluk on the right. Very awkward. I'm not sure many of the climbers have come prepared for this. This no hands move. It's great training, actually. Sometimes do it in the climbing gym, just on an easy angled route climbing. You see climbers doing it without hands. Good practice for the feet. Stepping up. So Debotseva is just resting on a Stein before contemplating the next move. While Anna Pavluk really struggles with those the stepping volumes. Doesn't quite have the reach. Debotseva. Meanwhile, Pavluk is finally on the route. beginning her ascent. It feels like there's a little bit of struggle. There's a little bit of fatigue that has seeped in there. Classic example of that is sort of going for the hold before the feet are in place, before they've got the reach. It's just trying to cheat or just try and get the hold. Of course, the hold is where the points are. You get the points by getting both tools in the hold, so it's naturally tempting to just do everything you can to reach for the hold. Just like Botsova, went for a little bit of a dyno there, didn't quite nail it. Anna Pavluk, meanwhile. We're going to see Botsova come off and what happened with her. She got a few holds above this. So she had that floating undercling, very wobbly. Wasn't even close, really. But you can see the tiredness. So we can now look at the results from the under-19 female boulder finals. So in third place, we have Evgenia Yashkova. Second place, Polina Bratukina. And in first place, Daria Glotova. So we've still got to come female under 21s, which is ongoing. We've got Aneta Luzheka on the right there. And of course, we've got the men as well, under 19s and under 21s, still to follow. Each climber having to do 4 problems. 4 minutes for each problem. So let's see Aneta as she tackles these volumes, these little stepping stones. She's made it look easy. So meanwhile, on the left, we've got Yalia Filatova. Excuse me. Yulia Filatova. Now, Yulia has been competing since 2016, and she is another extraordinary athlete. So she was finished last year on the World Tour, 6th overall in speed, 12th overall in the lead. Best place was 9th in career, and still competing at youth. She was 3rd last year in Kirov, 2nd the year before in the under-19s at Oulu. So absolutely someone to watch. Luzheka just looked a little bit unsure there. She had a sort of look down. She wasn't sure where the route went. Luzheka looks like she's building for a big move. Filatova going for a big reach, but all within reach of her very capable grasp, but it comes off just like it did for Luzheka. But unlike Luzheka, she's able to hold on with her left. Can she get it the second time? It sticks. She gets that right leg up and underneath. Matches tool with the left arm, allowing her to just shake that right out. A little bit of the blood flowing. Luzheka, meanwhile, soldiering on. Hasn't given up the fight. big reach with the left. Filatova. Whoa, big reach. It's right at the limit of these athletes reach that move onto that green hold on the left. And we've seen many athletes come down there, but Luzheka, meanwhile, despite the clear fatigue, is pushing on, persevering. Strength isn't there, and she is off. So Filatova, you can just see, very graceful climber. And she goes for this dyno. Doesn't quite have the strength to hold it. So that's one of the men coming down there. That is Zakhar Novozelev from Russia. Looks like he's just finished his first, most likely his first climb in the shade. Now, if you hear a drill going off, that is because they're doing a little bit of adjustments for the boys. They're making, I think, some of the holds further away to make it a little bit harder for them. So they're just being removed. Yep, the ladders come out. But the climbing will continue on the other routes. So they're just going to try and make some of those routes a little bit harder for the boys. So Dubotseva is back up. She's had her rest. Allows herself just a few moments to psych herself up, have a private word, remember the route. They do all have an observation period. You can't take pictures, it's just come out, try and work out where the route goes, what the moves are that you need to do. And she begins. Irina Dubotseva on those floating volumes. No one likes them. Meanwhile, Maxim Gorev has begun his ascent, his second ascent. He's already had one attempt, just saw him take a little bit of a go airborne. But Dubotseva is not enjoying this very awkward, balancy step left over these stepping stone-like volumes. You just got to step over, know where to place your hands until you get that first hold. He's done it. Gorev now comes to the roof. The first major challenge of this boulder's problems. Dubotseva just walks up, the reverse grip with her right hand. Gorev, meanwhile, can he pull through? Needs to make that next hold. He's got it with the left, steps up with the right. Dubotseva seems to have hit a wall, a little bit of a stumbling block, but she's moved into Fig 4. just to give her the extra reach. It's all looking a little bit desperate. Still, she fights on. Big reach there for Tabotseva.
1 minute left.
Botseva hanging in there until the last moment when finally the strength has given up for this Russian athlete. So we should get results soon of the under 21 females, if they've done all 4 climbs. Yulia Filatova currently looking in a very strong position. So Filatova still with another ascent to make. Smiling. She did reach one of the highest points out of last round. She's in a very commanding position for a podium place. Yulia Filatova. Starts on these volumes. Super awkward. Meanwhile, on the left, we've got Miaman Sagintai. Not quite getting his feet in. Needs to really just kick them in and leave them in. You don't want to be expending too much energy endlessly kicking. On the other hand, you don't want to kick too hard. If you do that, you might happen what happened to Gordon MacArthur in China. He kicked the ball so hard he broke his toe. Not fun. So Sagintai gets that neck hold. Matches with the left. Filatova not quite sure which way to go here. She was in a Fig 4 a minute ago. Come out of that and try and get this hold with the right. Needs to just step up a little bit. Risky. If she doesn't land it, it could be quite a serious consequence. Just checks that she's got the reach to make it. Almost touching distance of Sagintai.
1 minute left.
Doesn't. She's got it. Lovely climbing there from Filatova. She took her time, but she got the hold in the end. And she survived to fight another section of this fiendishly challenging boulder here in Tyumen, Russia. Oh, looks like Sagintai is coming off. He's peeling. He's hanging for dear life. Can he hold on? He's just, can he recover from that? No. Big reach there from Filatova. Now this will be welcome for her to finally climb out of the shade into the sun. That's always such a pleasant feeling. Even when it's still -17, you still feel the sun's warm. Yeah, she looks pretty worked. Great effort there from the Russian climber. Ladders have come out, so that means more holds are going to be removed for the under-21 male athletes.
На первой трассе выступает Загаинов Александр под номером 34. Трасса 2. Садаков Павел, номер 27.
So that's Maxim Reshetnikov. So that's the male under-19s. He's 5th last year in Kirov in the lead. So, we're now with the male under-19s, and this is Alexander Zaginov, 16-year-old from Russia. First time competing in the youth championships. Pavel Sadikov on the left. '18-year-old from Kirov. Interestingly, didn't see him last year at the youth games, but he's been competing for a number of years. Was the came second in Oulu in Finland at the youth championships there back in, no, it's third in Oulu. 2019. Second in Melbourne the year before in 2018. But meanwhile, Zaginov is looking high on the north-facing side of this structure. In the shadow, climbing in the darkness. The top is looking tantalizingly possible. Two holds away from a top for Alexander Zaganov. He's got the first. Shakes out the arms just to give him that strength he needs. A mistake here would be almost too unbearable. So close, within literally touching distance of that top. But can't afford to make any mistakes. Reaches one time. Not quite. He knows he's only got a few attempts. Second, third. It's got to change hands. The left arm is doing all the heavy lifting at the moment, holding his body in place. Tries to just change his feet, get in a slightly different position. Swing out. It's not looking good. Usually when they get to like fourth, fifth attempts, it's all over, and it doesn't make it. Very disappointing for Alexander Zaganov, but still it's within touching distance of the top, and that's where most of the points are. Fine performance from the Russian athlete. He had that good match with the left. Just didn't quite have the reach. Is close. Just ducking there as he dropped his tool. Yeah, he's pretty worked. A little pissed. But I think ultimately he'll be happy. Maxim Reshetnikov preparing now. So we have the results have come in for the under-21 female category. So in third place, Anna Lujeka. She will be super happy with that, all the way from Czech Republic. And then we have in second place, Irina Dubotseva. And in first place, it was Yulia Filatova, who takes the gold in the under-21 female category. So now we go to Maxim Reshetnikov, who begins his 4 minutes alongside Pavel Fersov, who is in the under-21 category. Reshetnikov, still only 17 years old, so he's in the under-19. He was fourth in the lead back in 2019, I think it was, in Oulu. So he's got prior performance. Didn't see him at Kirov last year, though. Let's see what he's got in store for us today. Likewise, be interesting to see how Fersov gets on. It's from Kazakhstan. One of only 4 athletes today who are not from Russia. Of course, we could expect to see, in a normal year, a full field from all around the world. Last year in Kirov, we had big contingent from America, from Europe. Sometimes you see Koreans. So hopefully next year, things will be back to a little bit as they were. But just fantastic that this tour has managed to proceed at all, given all the travel restrictions. And it's a measure really of the team, everyone involved, the local Russian Federation. Big thanks to them, and of course the UIAA, to our sponsors, to Outdoor Research, and all the volunteers, the judges who make these events happen. None of it could happen without a lot of people putting in a lot of a lot of work in their own time quite often. So big shout out to everyone involved.
One minute left.
And especially big shout out to all the judges who have to input the scores on a mobile device and take their gloves off to do so, which can't be much fun in this cold weather. But they're all quite tough climbers, so they're used to looking after themselves. So that was Maxim Reshetnikov. You can see him literally steaming.
Prepare for the transition. На первую трассу выходит участник под номером 37 Василий Никита, Россия. На трассе 2 Загайнов Александр, номер 34. На третьей трассе выступает Садаков Павел под номером 27. И на четвертой трассе Горев Максим, номер 31.
So we're coming into the last category here at the Youth Championships in Tyumen. We've had such a stellar display of climbing from the stars of tomorrow. Fostering talent, seeing the potential, and most of all, having fun is the name of the game for these youngsters. Some of whom are not that young, actually, now as we move to the under-21s. Many of whom are actually competing on the World Tour. Now, this looks like Zaka Novoslev. No, it's Alexander Zaganov on his second attempt. Still with the under-19s on the left. And on the right, that looks like Nikita Glazerin, if I'm not mistaken. Amazing he's still competing on the youth stage. He only came overall second on the World Tour last year. Amazing athlete, 4-time youth champion. But it has to be said, in speed, so lead he's not so comfortable with. Still only 19. Meanwhile, this is Zaganov on that first kind of major hurdle on that route. Gets his knee out wide. And steps over with the feet. Zaganov steels himself for the big launch rightwards. Glazerin, meanwhile, finds the Stein on that top of that little right-hand traverse. The cries of Dabai can now be heard. Glazerin goes for a little side pull there. All on opposite sides. Bit awkward, that move, but it does give you quite good purchase. Pulling in opposite directions. Good on the old tricep muscles. Zaganov is off. Can't quite believe it. It's a bit disappointed. Nonetheless, a stellar performance from this young man. Only 16 years old still. 1 minute left for Glazerin. But we're going to see what happened to Zaganov. Don't think so. This was him overcoming that wall. Shaking his hands. He got himself into a good position there. And then he just popped. Just didn't have it in the left, I don't think. And yeah. And then the right just came loose. Lost the body tension. But Nikita Glazerin, how did he do? Is he still in action? He's near the top. But he's just off, so we did well to get the replay on that. So Glazerin did not top. So that looks like Maxim Reshetnikov. Is he unclipping or clipping on? Some of the competitors now have finished and spectators looking on. Of course, in a normal year, we could expect to see hundreds of spectators. Generally, anything involving snow and ice to the Russians is a little bit like cricket in the Indian subcontinent. They're mad for it. So, on the right, we have Novoslev, and on the left, we have Reshetnikov. Novoslev just having a final look around. He's quite agitated, quite excited. You can tell he is psyched and pretty dialed to begin his climb. Reshetnikov taking a more kind of studious approach, just looking, gazing. Athletes do have different approaches. It's quite interesting. Sometimes you see them get their hands out and they're actually sort of doing the moves. Clearly, Novoslev is someone who likes to sort of wander around and to kind of visualize moves that he has to make. So first up, he's got those stepping stones. Left, no hands allowed. Right, you're right. You are allowed your hands, but there's nowhere to put them. So you may as well just enjoy this test of balance. Meanwhile, on the left, we have got Ilya Kuruchkin now, we've just seen, in his pink Kruganogi top. On the left screen. So Kuruchkin also, this will almost certainly be his last year. He's an absolute veteran of the youth championships. He's off, but he's been competing for 7 years. Has he got time to carry on, he wonders? He's going straight back up there. He's previously won lead. He won last year. So he will be looking to repeat that this time around. It would seem that that fall came as a little bit of a surprise to him. So the trouble when you fall from quite high up the route, you're going to be lucky to surpass your high point. So Ilya Kuruchkin, if you only watch one climber, you could do worse than watch him climb. Especially at the moment where he's under pressure Novoselev struggling meanwhile, bottom right. He did well to recover. He just came off, but his left pick managed to miraculously defy the laws of physics and stay attached to the hold. Oh, and who's that? Is just made a nice dyno onto that volume. That is Reshetnikov. Kuruchkin, meanwhile, is cruising all the way back. He's got his high point, and he's looking tantalizingly close to topping. One, two, going for the third time lucky. Does it stick? He's got it stuck. He's going to do it. And he matches just. One leg came off, but all easy. All part of a day's work for this very talented Russian climber, Ilya Kuruchkin, 20 years old. Amazing. His first contest was back in 2015, 6 years ago. There he has it. So that should, in theory, put him in almost certainly podium place and quite possibly in contention for gold. However, it was on his second attempt. So if there's, in the event of a draw and someone else tops and gets the same points, it will be, obviously, if you top on your first attempt, it carries more value than if you top on your second attempt. And that was the very bold move from Reshetnikov. Very committing move. You just got to go for it. Lunge and hope for the best, and hope your landing is lined up. Trouble with dynos is they do deplete the energy. And often what you see is climbers make the hard move, but then they just burnt themselves out. And then 2 moves later, poof, they're on the ground. Swinging in the air. So Alexander Zaganov is back for another climb. Again, under 19s. We've got under 19s and the under 21s on at the moment. So it can be a little confusing to know which is which. So he moves up now through these overhanging volumes. "16 years old. Didn't see him at the Youth Championships in Kirov last year, but he's climbing with certainly the dexterity and nimbleness of someone who looks like they've been climbing for a long time. Meanwhile, oh, look at him hanging there. No, he was never going to stay long there. So meanwhile, on the right now is Pavel Sadadkov. Pavel is 18-year-old from Kirov. So he's certainly got no excuses for not training. Kirov has a great structure underneath an old dilapidated ski jump. Just seems to have found a little block there on that volume. Can't quite see the way through. Sadikov has stood on a podium before, but it's been a while. Not since Melbourne back in 2018 as he stood on the lead podium. He took the second in the under-16s. He was third in speed the following year in Oulu in Finland. The recent championship, European Championship in Oulu, there's a live feed for that. It's also available online. Just to watch some of the action from that tour stop. And then, of course, next weekend is we've got the World Tour stop in Kirov, and that will be a lot of fun. Hopefully we'll see some athletes from far and wide taking part in that.
Prepare for the transition.
So we're looking at Nikita Glazerin now. In tantalizing, touching distance of the top. Now, I don't know whether he got it then, because we heard the bell go, whether it was the bell for him. You don't get the points until both tools are on the hold. So he did not get the top there. For Zaginov, I believe it was here that he just took a massive fall. There we go. Swung out, tried hanging on, fatal, couldn't recover. Boom. Not quite a massive fall, but a bit of a swing. And Glazerin here, good position, has a little shake, but not aware that he has run out of time. So got that little floating undercling. And he doesn't top. Not today, not quite the cigar, as they say. I've no idea where that phrase come from. Not quite the cigar. So Glazerin gets that right tool in, but unless you get both tools in, you don't get the points. So Ilya Kuruchkin on the left, and then on the right, we've got Ivan Lishenko. So Lishenko was second in Kirov last year, and more recently he was at Champagny, part of the Russian contingent who came out to France, and was fifth in the lead. So really strong climber. And now you're seeing these older and taller climbers make such easy work of that move that just really was just killing all the under 16-year-olds. Kuruchkin on the left. Lishenko on the right. Both of them moving at a similar pace. Quite interesting to see that. But it looks like it's going to be Lishenko who is going to top. He's got time on his side. Oh. Kuruchkin is off. But Lishenko, he's got it with the right, got a match with the left. Boom. He's done it. So that will put him very near the top of the standings.
1 minute left.
Reshetnikov we are looking at here, still with the under-19s. So the athletes now, they're tired, but they're giving it their all. Trouble with going for it is sometimes mistakes are made.
Prepare for the transition.
And that's Reshetnikov now, finishes his round, so 4 minutes off for him. We must be coming close now to the final round, if we're not already on the final round of male under-19s. So as soon as we have a scoring on that, we will be able to share those results. So, it looks like we have Lashenko there. This is a replay of his reaching the top. Never in doubt, never looked threatened there, Ivan Lashenko. Absolutely solid performance from the young Russian, 19 years old. Local from Siberia. So, and this is Alexander Zaganov. Still the under-19 male category. He begins those awkward steps left. Gets the hold, hangs. Big reach up, and that looks like Glazerin on the left. Nice precision there from Zaganov. It's a real skill, a real art form just to land those placements first time. We saw it with the younger athletes. Often they'll take 2 or 3 attempts. Nikita Glazerin just likewise just scoring that little place with the right just perfectly first time. Zaganov, meanwhile, now struggling to hit the mark after I've jinxed him. Glazerin eyeing up the hold number 8, and he's off. He just slips. Don't know what happened there, but he can go straight back up. Zaganov crying out. Struggling now, fighting to stay in the game. Muscles now are screaming. Lactic acid is hurting, but he's not giving up without one mighty fight. But it looks like it's close to being over. He just hasn't got the strength, you can see it. He can barely hold on to his tool. And the feet, he goes into the figure 4. That keeps the weight of the tool down. And then over into the 9.
1 minute left.
Is it enough? Nah, it's not. Oh, he did well to catch his ice axe there. Great reaction. Gets the gold prize for reaction times.
Prepare for the transition.
Just watching the replay of Alexander Zaginov, as without energy or any juice left, he struggled to make the move, but he did catch his ice tool, demonstrating the lightning reactions that he has. So, on the right, Pavel Fersov from Kazakhstan, beginning either his second or third attempt. And then it looks like Lashenko on the left. Just has a last look up the route before commencing his ascent. And that's Kuruchkin we can see now on the screen on the right. Ilya Kuruchkin. So he topped on his first route quite comfortably, it seems. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on this next one. Pavel Fersov on the right, number 43, then Ilya Kuruchkin. So here we are, we've got 4 climbers on the route, just demonstrating how incredible this sport really is. The strength and balance required is extraordinary. It's all on display. Big reaches, ballsy dynos, really nasty technical off-balancy moves. Big lunge there from, it looks like, is that Kuruchkin? I think that was Kuruchkin. Big cheer from the team below. And Pavel Fersov is off. Lashenko on the left, soldiering on. And Kuruchkin inching his way upwards. Big reach up there with the left. Ooh. Lost his right foot. Did well to get that back into the wood. He's trying to get that undercling there. It looks like an intellect hold. Just got to get your pick in that divot. We just heard there's 1 minute left. So if Kruchkin wants to top, he's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat. First, he's got to get out of this little challenge. But Lushenko is down. Kruchkin, meanwhile, fights on. The clock has to be running out, though, very, very soon. On he goes, still fighting, and the clock goes. Still a very high outing for Kruchkin. He's just cemented his position, if not in the top place, then certainly on those podium places. Very, very solid performance. So we might get a chance to see what happened to Lushenko. This is Ivan Lushenko, and he took a fall near the top. So did he get the top? He got his right pick in. And it looks like he got his left in as well. So that should be a top for Ivan Lushenko. So we're looking at the repeat of Ilya Kruchkin and that incredible save where he just lost his right foot. But managed to hang on. Couldn't make the next move though. So this is Igor Zinoviev now. He took the bronze last year in Kirov. So he will be looking to at least match that this time around. If not, try and do better. It's well held there from Igor Volkov. Glazer in there, unable to hold on himself. Can definitely start to see the fatigue beginning to creep in on some of these athletes. Here we're looking at Zinoviev. But when the batteries run out, there's nothing you can do. That's it. So we've got the results that come in from under 19 males, and it's all Russian on the podium. In third place goes to Pavel Sadikov. It's Alexander Zaganov who takes the second place, and gold goes to Maxim Reshetnikov. That's the under 19 male boulder finals. All wrapped up. So now it's really just the under 21 men, about halfway through. So stepping up to the plate on the left is Vladislav Temerev. Fresh from his win earlier on the speed. Incredible performance on the ice wall earlier this morning. So at least he's got an excuse if he doesn't perform well. Meanwhile, it looks like we have Lashenko and Kuruchkin back on the wall. Over on the right. Kuruchkin on the right. And Lashenko with the red splash of paint on his white helmet. Big reach up there from Kuruchkin. Didn't quite nail it first time. He's going for the second. Lashenko, meanwhile, reaches up. Temerev just took a very unexpected fall. And he is moving very quickly now to get back in the fight. And if there's one man who can move quickly, it is him. Lashenko is off. Temerev is back on that overhang, trying to get above his last high point. Kuruchkin on the right, Temerev on the left. Temerev is off. Just couldn't hold it. Fallen a second time. And he knows the game's up. There's no point even trying to get back on the route. And Kuruchkin is also off. The anaerobic endurance of these athletes is like nothing you've seen, but even these athletes are human. The strength doesn't last forever. But these under 21 men, they do have phenomenal upper body strength. When you see a training workout of what these guys do, it's just extraordinary. Not the kind of sets for mere mortals. So it would seem the sun has dipped behind the clouds. And whatever warmth it was giving is gone. Just wasn't able to hold the full. Great skills, though, from Temerev. Get back on the route so quickly. So, we have Igor Zinoviev. Just uses a reverse grip there with the left hand. You can just see why you do that. It means you employ the muscles of your lateral muscles, your back muscles, rather than your bicep muscles, which are just so much stronger, and they just allow you to just maintain that hold for longer. Igor Volkov on the right. Zinoviev looking pretty steady. Oh! His right has just come off. Volkov. All eyes on Volkov now. Zinoviev will most likely try and get back on the route. There's still time. And he does. Zinoviev quickly working through the moves to get to his previous high point. Volkov now working through the sequences. So he gets one foot onto that volume. Shakes out the right. Try and get a bit of blood flow going back into his arm. Big jump now. What a dyno. That was amazing there from Volkov. And he lands it, and he stays. Very impressive indeed from this Russian athlete. look down there. I wasn't sure whether he was as if to say, did you see what I just did? Oh, another dyno, this time from Zinoviev, and he sticks that as well. They are all flying at the moment. Incredibly impressive skills going on from both these climbers, putting on a virtuoso display. Volkov just trying to snag that undercling, wasn't able to. Zinoviev, meanwhile, working through the moves. Volkov couldn't get it. No, he's off. Volkov is down. Zinoviev still, and he's off as well.
Prepare for the transition.
That's it for these two athletes. They go into transition, into isolation, 4 minutes, and then back up again they go. Get a sense of just how out of breath Igor Zinoviev is there. Will we get to see that dyno? Extraordinary dyno from Volkov earlier. I think it was the best one we've seen all day. Here we go. Big jump. And then, likewise, moment later, Zinoviev does exactly the same. Let's see how many more dynos they can do today. I suspect not many. Those energy reserves will be being depleted. So that looks like Lashenko on the right. And Temerev on the left. Both athletes proving they really have the potential to go far in this sport. Looking forward to seeing many of these faces we've seen today on the World Tour in the years to come. So Vladislav Temerev makes easy work of that volume before committing to that green hold. Interesting, he's using actual real bouldering technique, using his hand. You don't often see that, but he seems quite comfortable using those techniques. Lashenko struggling. Just lay backing off that hold. Trying to work the feet up, get over this bulging, awkward, angled overhang. Temerev now underneath that volume. Oh, does well to hang on. so well to hang on there. I thought he was a goner.
1 minute left.
Big leap there from Lushenko. This route is, we're seeing all the dynos here. Just amazing action from these guys. Temerev, struggling a little bit. Both athletes look like they're about to top at exactly the same time. How exciting is this? Both, it's Lushenko who gets his first, he tops, and Zinoviev. Both athletes top. Now the question is, can they then top the same route on the other side?
Prepare for the transition.
So back to transition from them. That was an extraordinary performance from both athletes. Competition ice climbing at its absolute finest. To see these dynos in action, to see athletes land them and then carry on. And remember, these routes are not short. This is almost like a lead route. Certainly closer in character in many regards to a lead route than to a regular bouldering route. So that's Lushenko on that intellect hold. Matched with both hands. Got the top with one, got the two, got the second one. Temerev and Lushenko. With both athletes topping, this does mean there is still everything to fight for. And the last rounds are just going to be super exciting. Any mistakes will likely be fatal, and it really will boil down to last man standing. Who can go the distance one more time? So we're back with Igor Zinoviev. Athletes now on their fourth boulder, fourth and final attempt. Just uses his palm of his hand there to regain his balance. There's a little, what looks like a little Kruganogi hold just in there. Can he match Lushenko's top? He knows he's got it within him. He lost the footing on his feet before he was able to really lunge for the hold. He's worked. He's pumped. You can see it on his face. Absolutely knackered. What a fine performance from Zinoviev. Really great performance from all athletes. Wow, you just see how small some of these holds are. Good example of the Kruganogi there. Got the intellect. Managed to get over that bulge, and then it was just this move. The right leg popped before he had a chance to step on it. So he wasn't even able to weight that right leg. But never mind, he'll be happy with that. So Temerev strips off one more time into the breach. Shakes out. It's not a lot of rest, 4 minutes. Not much rest at all. Gives it one last look. If he wants to be on that podium, he knows he needs to make the top. And ideally, on the first attempt. So he makes that awkward traverse with few difficulties. And then it's step over quickly with the right. Side pull on that right arm. Just changes the grip. More of a reverse grip. Reaches up high. Gets that intellect with the left. This is lovely climbing that we're witnessing here from Vladislav Temerov. Matches hands. And then uses that free hand with the left onto that intellect hold, matches with the right, moving very, very efficiently, this young man. "18 years old. Best result in a youth championship is second in the under-16s. Way back in 2017. And there's a chance that could change for Vladislav Temerev. Oh, that was a well-executed dyno. He even made it look quite easy. Just effortless. You got the timing right. Right amount of energy into that movement. The top is there. You can see it. He gets it with one. He gets it with the other. What a great result for Vladislav Temerev. He'll be very happy. 2 tops. But of course, all depends on who else tops and how all the other athletes have done at the end of their climbing. You can see just how exhausted, how worked he is. Well, what a day it's been. It's been an incredible day of action here in Tyumen for the bouldering finals. First time we've run bouldering for 7 years, and hugely entertaining to watch. The athletes have all performed extremely well. And of course, if you haven't seen it already, check out the speed climbing that was also on today. That was fantastic display from all the age groups, male and female. And we've seen, so many talents on display today. If not victors today, we will certainly see them on the podium soon in the future. So Vladislav just taking a moment to relive the moves with his teammates. So let's have a look at that replay of his last ascent. Don't forget, we are live next weekend in Kirov, so do stay tuned for that. That promises to be another showcase of epic climbing skills. And there will be a live stream for that next weekend, both on the Saturday and on the Sunday, filming semis and the finals. That was the dyno from Temrev. I think he just must have expended the last of his energy on that, but still had enough in the tank. Extraordinary to reach the top here. So we're just waiting for those final results to be collated. It's a good opportunity to thank all the competitors for taking part and for all the people who went the extra mile to make it to Tyumen. Not easy with current travel restrictions. To all the volunteers, to all the judges, to all the helpers, to the belayers, to the sponsors, outdoor research, and of course to the Russian Federation for putting this stop on. First time that we've come to Tyumen, but I suspect it won't be the last time. Climbing here all year round. Great place to train. So as I mentioned, we're just waiting for those final results to be updated. And as soon as they are, we'll have a read-through of all the results. Just seeing a bit more replay action here from Ivan Lashenko and Vladislav Temrev when they were on opposite sides. Absolutely amazing conditions today, despite the cold, and it has been really, really cold. -20 it was this morning. And when you see what athletes are wearing, gives an idea just how hot they get. There is going to be a heat wave though next week. It's going to be a balmy -8 degrees in Tyumen. So I guess all the local Russians will be looking to get their summer kit out for that. Ilya Kuruchkin shakes his head. Very unforgiving sport. Very cruel. Mistakes are punished. Now look, we've got the final results up. So let's start from the beginning. To recap, we have the under-16 females. So in third place goes to Ekaterina Gorieva. Second to Anna Altsubeva. And first place, the gold to Arina Kolegova. In the under-16, in the men's, we have so an under-16 female. We have Ekaterina Gorieva, Anna Altsubeva, and Arina Kolegova. And we're just waiting for the plate for the boys, the men, under-16 males. Here we go. So it's David Mamin, Mikhail Seysolishitin, and in first place goes to Roman Shubin. So in the under-19s, the females, third place goes to Evgenia Yashkova, second to Polina Bratikina, and first place to Daria Glotova. And over on the male side, it's Pavel Sadakov takes the third place for the under-19s. Alexander Zagenov goes into second, and the victor, the winner, first place is Maxim Reshetnikov. So in the final two categories, in the female under-21s, third place, podium for Aneta Luzheka, all the way from Czech Republic. And then second goes to Arina Dubotsva, and first place to Yulia Filatova. And then lastly, we had the men's under-21 Boulder finals. After all of that, we see that the bronze, the third place, goes to Ilya Kuruchkin. Second place to Ivan Lashenko. And first place does go to that extraordinary performance from Vladislav Temerev, who takes the gold in the under-21 males. So thank you to everyone for watching a stellar performance of the bouldering finals here in Tyumen. Stay tuned to all our social channels, and we'll see you next weekend in Kirov.